All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday. So, oh, the bots are, as always, very, very busy. The other day, I got kind of sidetracked building this new gigawatt power plant, which is fantastic. Our power usage, of course, as soon as it came online, is now generally sitting below a gigawatt. But I'm sure, again, as we make more buildings and turn on the bot base more, or as we get new rail stations and they turn on, like, our power is just spiky right now. So I'm happy to have the headroom. I'm worried that science isn't running. It's trying. Where's... Ooh. Alright, yeah, this is still catching up on the sodium hydroxide, so science should speed up once the sodium hydroxide catches up again. The other thing we got going, we did a little bit of cleanup on the rail setup. We got the lead ore here redone. A lot of the rest of lead is still here, sitting on the side of the main highway. So I do need to pull those up into side things and get the rest of lead processing all of these stations off, but I don't really want to do that right now. And then the other thing we did was we got this natural gas. Oh, this natural gas mine started up, and I think that it is just about to start actually producing gas. Okay, I didn't know it did that. Bitumen seep has ruptured, found 960 million natural gas. Okay. Or raw gas, I guess. Cool. I'll have to go by there with some... Okay. Oh, it's just still kind of pushing it forward. There we go. All right. So yeah, these are going to slowly fill up. Oh, and mining productivity applies to this. Fancy. I didn't realize that. So yeah, 110 gas a second off of this, which isn't super fast, but like... whatever. It'll just fill up the station. So, we need to figure out that raw gas to natural gas processing, because we're going to need natural gas for our... Ooh, did this break anything here? No, okay. We're going to need natural gas for bees to start rolling for Arqad queens. That is our first, like, real use of natural gas. Oh, it's going to be barreled. Sorry. Natural gas barrels. Yeah, here we go. To start rolling for queens. From nests. Need natural gas barrels and honey barrels. And do a bunch of stuff. Eventually, we'll also be doing this recipe to make Arqads. But for now, we're still making them the good old-fashioned way. Actually, we'll probably use this recipe that takes red hot coke. And then, yeah, once we start getting more... Once we get our first queens, we can start making eggs with this recipe. And that is also natural gas and Arqad honey. So yeah, natural gas processing is kind of the next thing. And there's going to be a bunch of byproducts with that, and we're going to need to make a bunch of weird buildings, I'm sure. So let's head on over to YAFC, and let's figure that out. All right, so we're bringing in raw gas at 110 a second. We might not process it at full speed, or I might make the processing be able to handle multiple raw gas things. Not really sure. Okay, yeah, one of these is 0.88 compressors. That's not bad. All right, and this makes naphtha, which is fine. We need to bring in gasoline and raw gas, which is fine. We get our natural gas. Naphtha, it looked like, can be used for a bunch of things, so I think this is a product that we want, and that we want to make available generally on rails. And then flippin' condensates. There's this refined natural gas to condensates loop that we can do, and that makes a bunch more naphtha, some tailings, oh boy, more tailings, BTX, and this steam that we will void. BTX has a fuel value of a megajoule, or with a little nexalit, we can turn it into wrong here. Not sure. Oh, because this has a water input. Okay. Cooling water. That works out fine. And now we need a water input, not a water void. That's what the system wants me to do. Okay. If we're willing to spend the nexalit plates and a little bit of heat, we can turn BTX into benzene, which is pretty cool. But we also have ethylene coming up, and I don't remember what ethylene's uses are. Plastic, I mean, yeah, makes sense. And then can do methane as well. What does methane look like? 29.7. It's less good of as a fuel than benzene is. But I don't know if I have a use for benzene as a fuel. One of the things that I need to figure out in this whole system is how I want to do fuels, like these byproducts, like benzene. I'm not sure, unfortunately, is the answer. Oh, that's just a loop of the water from condensates into steam and back out. Okay. So if we start with this loop of, again, condensates to refined natural gas to condensates, we get a bunch more naphtha and some other stuff, which doesn't seem awful. That's okay. So condensates is always going to be refined natural gas. The question is, what do we do with the refined natural gas? The other option is formaldehyde, which is... This seems like an expensive way to make formaldehyde. I'll have to check how I'm making it now, but, like... It seems like an expensive way to make formaldehyde. And then there's this internal bioreactor turd that lets us turn refined natural gas into normal natural gas. But I think this is a trap. Because I think eventually we're going to need this purified natural gas for stuff. Yeah. Oh, look at all this weird stuff with rich gas. So taking a turd that's only going to be useful short term doesn't feel great. So I don't think that that's what I want to do. All that being said, we need to build at least this much, and then the question is how much that... I mean, the loop that gives us more naphtha seems fine. And then tailings we already have sinks for, and that just leaves the BTX. And I don't think I have to decide what I'm doing with the BTX right away. I think... I mean, it's definitely going to back up first, but if we go to benzene, we're doubling its size, and that's just objectively worse, unless I'm going to use it as a fuel. Could go to methane. That's only 50% bigger. But I'm not sure that that's the best endeavor right now. And then other stuff that it might use is future science, but like... Yeah, I'm not totally sure what to do with the BTX yet. I feel like I have other stuff that can make benzene, and maybe the best thing to do is to start thinking of benzene as one of my, like, primary fuel options. And then the naphtha is going to get used for rare earth minerals mining. There's some stuff with bitumen that it can do. It can go into diesel with aromatics, which is a ton of fuel, but given that we're making benzene now, we might want to use benzene before we turn our naphtha into another fuel. I forget what tall oil can do, but, like, that's... Not a lot, apparently. I'm not sure why I would want to do that one. Oh, if we turn it into tall oil, then we can separate, well... Yeah, we'd have to separate it. We need light oil from somewhere. And then we have aromatics that we can turn into diesel with our, some of our other naphtha, right? And then BTX to benzene. This requires bringing in light oil and nexolite to do all of these steps, and tin chromium alloy, which I don't think I'm making. But it gives us a bunch of benzene out, and a little bit of diesel. The other option is if I can find bitumen froth, which comes from oil sand slurry, which comes from crushed oil sand mining. Okay. And then this mixes with naphtha from the bitumen froth. Is this all just part of the oil sands, like, processing chain? I feel like I've looked at some of this stuff before, and I completely remember none of it. But, like, bitumen is useful on its own, but I can also get bitumen from bees. So I'm not sure if that's where my naphtha needs to be going. Oh, and it looks like I can just turn it directly into syngas. Alright, well, for now, we can get, I think, these set up. So 3 compressors and 3 gas refineries are going to be our buildings. And this turns one... Well, water is looped. 2 inputs into 4 outputs, which feels like a lot, but I think it is the way it is right now. And we will go from there. So 3 of each building plus a cooling tower. Let's see, a compressor needs steel. Oh, niobium pipes. Wait, can I make niobium pipes? I didn't realize I had those unlocked. Nice. Is it worth it? Probably not. Niobium is expensive, but they don't... I think I have the separate networks option turned on, which means that niobium undergrounds and regular undergrounds won't connect, so I can use them if I need to for pipe weaving, if I get really desperate. But for now, niobium seems expensive to sink into pipes. Alright. So I do need to pick up some niobium plates for these buildings, as well as some tin and some steel. Then do I have a box of niobium, or does it just kind of float on in here? I think it just kind of comes on in. I don't think I'm boxing it. I should be boxing it, though, because it should be available on the network. So let's do that. And then for now, do this the old-fashioned way. Presser! And I need 3 of these. Let's grab some more titanium. And more tin. Wow. Oh, more steel. Alright, 3 compressors and 3 gas refineries. What do I need for these? Stone. Oh, probably via, like, stone furnaces or something. Yep. Do have a box of those. What did I just pick up? Oh. Oh, I'm out of pipes still. How's the pipe situation? Better. All right, 3 of those, and cooling tower, that's what it's called. How are we on rail stuff? We have a bunch of signals, we have a bunch of track. I could use a couple more stations. I could use a couple more cybernetic combinators. I don't think I save those anywhere still, so those are going to get handmade. Alright, that looks pretty good. Let's go find a spot on the rails and get our stations set up for... Oh, actually, I'm going to need some more of these PyTank 40KLs, because we're going to have many provider stations here. How many do we have? Yeah, 4 provider stations times 6, so I need another... like, dozen of those tanks. Oh, I'm actually out of them. Alrighty then. I can grab some lead plates. Alright, that should get us started with those. We are going to need a few more before all of the output stations are ready to be hooked up, but that's okay. What I should do here is start turning off requests. Maybe. I guess I could just dump everything from this into the new station. That's not too hard to do. Just leave it all running until I move it. I was just thinking about whether it makes sense to try to drain that station somehow before it is... Okay, so down here we're going to have 2 input stations. Yeah, 1 for gasoline and 1 for raw gas, and 4 output stations. So 6 stations in total, which I think is 2 segments of rail. And then fluid drop-offs along 1, 2, for the extra signals. Okay, and then 4 pickup stations. All right, that looks right. As always, get rid of the ones in between. It just simplifies some of the logic. Make a bunch more train stations. And let's see here. Does that all look correct? That all looks right to me. Besides needing to get rid of that. That one and that one. Beautiful. Done. Get all of these hooked in. And then I still haven't fixed my buggy blueprint. Okay, so that is all of that. So, our first step is a compressor with the raw gas and gasoline. This one I guess I'm going to do is the raw gas. At minus 70K. And we just drop this compressor here. Yeah. It's pretty straightforward, actually. And our first raw gas, beautiful. And then this side, I'm gonna request gasoline. It needs to be sent over here as well. Cool. Coming out of that, natural gas goes into one of these providers, and that will be the easiest one to get hooked up right away. And then condensates need to go down to the, like, condensate loop with refined natural gas. And then naphtha goes to another one of the outputs. Well, let's grab naphtha. Cool. So that has naphtha here and natural gas here. These should probably have pumps, as always. Where's all my... Yeah, it all ended up in the pipes, didn't it? Yep. 100 here, 400, and then we've got, yeah, 200 here, right? Because that's the ratio. 100 to 200 to 500. Yep. There should be 400, 500. Yep, okay. That's what happened. So now we have 3 gas refineries and 2 compressors that are going to do this, like, loop thingy. And they're going to be feeding these 2 stations at the end. So let's take a look at those. This is refined natural gas. Okay, and these can just be 3 right next to each other. They're easy. And then 2 compressors. Making condensates from refined natural gas. We do this like this. Almost wonder if it's better to do... Oh, yeah, and there's only 2 of these, not 3. That's my bad. To do this here... Because then we've got natural gas just connected across. We've got condensates just connected across. And that just leaves the... Actually, let's do this. Let's put this like... here. When I bring down the condensates from here... Got this again. Put it like... here. There we go. Now the condensates are hooked up. Easy. And then we've got our tailings output here that needs to come around. And we've got our naphtha output. Ooh, actually. Now that I'm thinking about this, the naphtha output from this side needs to go away. So let's put this here. Yeah. Because here we have the tailings and the BTX outputs on the bottom of this. They'll come over here. This naphtha output actually needs to come up here and join in with the other naphtha thing. Here. So that'll be naphtha output. We have a water input and a... Let's see. Somewhere I should have a cooling tower? Yeah. And then this just needs to be fed a little bit of water to get it started. Which I can do with like a top-up valve and a pump. Sure. That... Yeah, let's just leave it until the system's actually running. Oops. Oh, that's so weird. Oh, because I put down this foundation, so now it doesn't think that I can put a pump there anymore. That makes sense. Okay, so that's the steam recirculation. This is gasoline in. Oop. Here, 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 here. All right. And... these guys, I think, just need power at this point. More natural gas. More naphtha. Okay. So now we're probably just blocked up on BTX and tailings. Cool. Hey, Starfighter. Good to see you. Okay, I'm probably missing some corner pieces that I'm not going to find right away. All right, so besides needing tanks for the tailings... oh, there it goes. Think... will we be upgrading stations with the loader? Probably not right away. Loaders take... and I've looked into this on stream before, but they consume stripped distillates as a, well, I think it's supposed to be a lubricant, not a fuel, but it's effectively a fuel. So anywhere we want to use loaders, we have to have stripped distillates plumbed in. And that is a bunch of petroleum processing that I am still trying to figure out. It is deep in my, like, mental to-do list, but not even, not soon enough to be on the actual in-game to-do list. Never that simple with pie, indeed. But I do pretty much have natural gas running now, so that is fantastic. We're going to have to get sinks for all of the byproducts going, obviously. But the bots? Oh, they're all grabbing iron plates. That's funny. Really? Are iron plates like my limiting factor for all my stuff up here? Apparently so. Oh wow, we have none of these tanks available. Okay, what do I need? Iron plates, pipes, sticks. Let's grab all of our normal inventory things while we're hanging out waiting for the bots. Where are my power poles? Power poles? Come on, Brennan. There they are. Bunch of lead plates for that one. Okay. Alright, let's go get these last few tanks put in place down at natural gas processing, and then I can call that done. And then after that, I should look at starting Ulrics, because Ulrics are the last, I believe, last general prerequisite for bees. So once I get bees running, we'll have, well, we have to start rolling for queens, and we have to get all of our bee infrastructure set up, and that's going to be a whole process. But bees can provide us with bitumen directly. I doubt that's the most well, maybe it's the most efficient way to do it. Our other option is mining, right? Bitumen seeps, etc. As far as our outputs of this go, a bunch of these need to be flagged as high priority. Because they are, I mean, really everything here is a side product of natural gas. I don't think I'm considering any of these to be main products, except the natural gas. So all of these are high priority stations. Okay. And we've got some excess signals through here. In, out. Out? Is that right? And in. Oh, maybe these were correct. In, out, out. Okay. Yeah, that all looks fine. I think the signaling is good. I think the... Yeah, this should be Just sitting around processing natural gas for a while. And at this scale, this is just slightly faster than our raw gas production. These are all ratioed, though. So this will handle 1 or 2 more levels of mining productivity before my raw gas outpaces it, and I need to grow that, that build. All right, I'm calling that done. That's natural gas. At least until one of our byproducts overfills. Tailings should get pulled automatically, but the BTX and the naphtha I need to find uses for. Again, I think BTX may end up just being processed down into benzene and used as a fuel, but I'm not totally sure about that. But figuring that out also means figuring out my liquid fuels on rails situation. I have a few places that are pulling gasoline, I think. This is syngas, right? Yeah. I thought I had more than one place pulling gasoline. Maybe it's just the one. If so, that's easy, and I can work on updating my prototype fuel source. But I was chatting with some folks in the Pyanodon's Discord about fuel on rails and maybe how to deal with that, because right now we have the sushi pipe, and the sushi pipe is great and all, but it's not perfect. And the sushi pipe, I don't want to deal with the sushi pipe as the base scales up, and I don't want to deal with it on rails, right? That's the big thing. Yeah, maybe I only have one place that's currently pulling fuel. That's great. That is an opportunity to fix it before it gets broken, I guess. I mean, we do push a bunch of gasoline. Well, no, we don't, actually. These are all fairly low-capacity tanks compared to my standard station designs. Using the 40 KLs. But, point being... Yeah, maybe I don't. All right. I was thinking about... Because right now we have one of these as a gas... Yeah, here. And this requests when... This just requests gasoline automatically when there is no fuel present. But what we want it to do is every once in a while, really whenever one of these tanks empties, we want it to choose whatever one of the liquid fuels is quote-unquote the best one. So I need to spend some time once I start getting other stations that require liquid fuels. And I guess this is the only one right now, which is wild to me, but it appears to be true. Once I start getting other stations, other industry that requires liquid fuels on site, we're going to want to design like a fueling station that specifically can be always bringing in whatever fuel we have the most of from anywhere in the system. Yeah, that'll be interesting. And I'm probably going to have to learn to do some funky stuff with the... I should have made this a much smaller station. There's no reason for this to be sitting here with 55,000 of this drilling fluid in it. Should have done something custom here. Oh well. Drilling fluid is basically free. Where's the station that makes it? It's like sand and clay, and I just don't care that much if it's wasted. Anyway, well, I'm gonna have to learn to do some stuff with the CyberSyn station combinator, the cybernetic combinator, because it can output information about like the state of the rail that it's hooked up to and other stuff like that. So I should be able to use that to like latch the request that a station is making when the train is dispatched so it doesn't change and things like that. So that we can have the rotating fuels without me needing to manually decide sort of which fuel each station gets, which is the situation that we're going to have otherwise. But that is a future problem, and it's not one that I need to fully solve right now. Okay, so I think I can get started on Ulrics. That's where I'm at. Ulric Codex, I assume, is exactly the same as any other... Ulric. Here we go. Oh, these need some... Alright, poor alien samples, biosamples, cDNA, horse DNA sample, Ulric Codex. These aren't too bad. What do I need when I want to start, like, reading them? This recipe? This recipe. I mean, the Ulric food, and however many the module slots in Ulric Corral has before I can really start boosting them up. You know what that means. Time to look at YAFC. Alright, let's say we want an Ulric a second. I think that is a ridiculous amount of Ulrics, but that is a ridiculous amount of Ulrics. Okay. Let's do, like... Let's start small, shall we? So what are our inputs to these guys? They're going to need Relesia seeds, and I think... Yeah, Relesias are more dense than their seeds. So I want to ship Relesias when I can. And then the Ulric food is a bunch of shit. Alright. Tin plates we ship in. Bawaji we make on site. Relesias, I mean, maybe we just make Relesias on site. How many is that? Why ship them in when we don't have to? Although instead we have to ship in hydrogen. Is that a... I don't know what the trade-off there is. Gases are probably usually much denser, though. Maybe not. 25,000 hydrogen versus 2,500 Relesias. I'm assuming they they stack to 50. So that's 2,000. I think the hydrogen is slightly fewer train trips, but not significantly so. Like 80%. And the Fawaji is on site. Yeah, that's just... That's easy. Native flora. I might try to just set up Ulric food near native flora. Water barrels are looped. Water pumping. Soil is made locally. Steam is made locally. I'm going to assume that I can mine the flora locally. Actually, if I want to make ash from biomass, and I get biomass from native flora. All right, so that's 1-to-1. It's also 1-to-1 if I just let it spoil, isn't it? We just have to have a big enough box for it all to spoil in. Okay. I mean, that's fine. We're still only like, yeah, 0.2 flora collectors here. In that case, all we're bringing in is tin plates, tree seeds, and hydrogen. And we could double this. Although we're getting into a fairly big Relesia plantation. Do I have... No. Phase 2 Relesias are Pisci. Is that Pisci 2 that I'm seeing down there? I think so. Okay. So that's the big thing, is going to be the Relesias. Unless I can find a better way to make them. Or a better way to make Relesia seeds. No, there's no better way to make Relesia seeds. And then tree seeds come from wood. And this recipe is 5 wood to 4 seeds. Seeds stack to 100. Wood stacks to 100. It's better to ship seeds. Okay. Oh, I didn't even figure out Ulric cubs here. Yeah. Let's do this at 0.2 a second. I think this will be... should be more than enough. Let's go back to combined science 2. My Arqad honeycomb. Yeah, we should have filled... This is showing, like, micro Ulrics a second. Yeah, okay. Just 2 Ulric corrals. So if I build this to a scale of 5 corrals, I'm very future-proofed. Alright. I think this is the Ulric build for, like, the general case. But we should start also working on, I guess I could do Ulric food in a separate location. No, because the cubs need the phalangy as well. And the... Yeah, it's all kind of intertwined. May as well do it in one location. Okay. So we're shipping in tree seeds, hydrogen, and tin plates, and we're shipping out Ulrics. Cool. And then we'll be able to start using these guys for other things. It's a pretty big Relesia build and a pretty big phalangy build to support them, but not the end of the world on either of those. I don't think I have better phalangy yet either. No, I don't get better phalangy until Pisci 2. Alright. Cool. I am gonna let the ad run, and when I get back, we're gonna start working on bootstrapping the Ulrics, and then we'll also... Because I guess I want... I don't know. A few. I guess I need bare minimum 2, right? One for the reproductive complex and one for one of the Ulric corrals. But the more I can get started, the better. And then these guys look like they should bootstrap pretty quickly. I mean, we're going to need another 32, but at 0.2 a second, that's like half an hour. So these guys shouldn't take too long to be like fully up and running. And then I can start looking at the Arqad build. I could probably start looking at the Arqad build while these guys bootstrap, actually. So yeah, I'm going to let the ad break run, and I will be back in 3 minutes, and we'll get started on this mess. All right, welcome back, everybody. Okay, so let's go figure out the actual... this part, get all the stuff we need to get however many of these guys. At least a couple. 4 or 5 would be nice. And then while they're running, we can be finding a good place to start setting up the Ulric build. I was saying I wanted to try to do it... oh, there we go. Where there is some native flora nearby. because then I don't really have to worry about words. Then I don't have to worry about trying to put native flora on trains and dealing with the spoiling and things like that. So, what do I need to make? I need to make a bunch of Ulric codices. Make 4, which is going to be enough for, like, 2 Ulrics. Because usually we're going to need 1 for the Ulric itself, and usually 1 for the DNA. Oh, no, 5 for the DNA samples. Okay. So 6 per Ulric to get these made. So let's see how many Ulric codices I can make, and like all the other stuff I think I have. I think it's just like the tinned cable that's going to be kind of a pain. Oh look, I have tinned cable. What else do they use? Glass and lamps. I probably don't have a ton of glass. Yeah, that's going to be a limiting factor right now. Let's find my glass box. 24. That'll work. So that will make 4 Ulrics. If I come down here, what else do I need for 4 of these guys? 40 biosamples. I have biosamples down here. 12 cDNA and 16 poor alien samples. All right. Do I currently have any cDNA on me? No. And there's not any sitting around in here. We're actually going to change this for now to Ulrics. Switch this over to horse DNA sample. Horse DNA sample. But more importantly, where are my automation science packs? I didn't even realize that it was possible for this build to break. I thought it was pretty robust at this point. Oh, I have no small parts. How? I have no... Okay, this shouldn't be possible. Where's copper? Yeah, you want copper. Why no copper deliveries are being made? Molten copper. Copper is stopped on... Not on stone. Not on tailings. What are we deadlocked on? Borax? Borax is deadlocked on what? Muddy sludge out to oxygen out to, oh! Really? Brandon? Really? Alright, well, we're fixing this. Oh. I guess this is my opportunity to, put all those in here. 4 of those. I also need some cDNA and some poor alien samples. But until I fix copper, nothing's going to work. So I'm going to take this opportunity and we're going to switch borax over to a proper rail station here. We'll start by taking this apart. Then if I put big old tank down here, we pump out of this tank, which we are. Cool, this should all empty, and I can take this apart. Eventually. Ooh, that looks... This is dangerous. I should take this coal station apart as well, and then I can actually put a clover leaf in here and come up to Spicy, are you talking about the trade station overlapped with the footprint of my interchange? Yeah. It is indeed spicy. It would work, but it's dangerous. But no, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this off. I'm gonna move this station. I've been meaning to move this station. So I'm gonna move this station. And for now, we're just going to push this stuff up here. All right. Let those guys get that emptied, and then that station won't be in the way by the time this is actually built. That is... Well, actually, I'll pick up all of these parts. I am surprised I don't have another set of... That's weird. There we go. Yeah, this one's no good because of that setup, but I think the rest of those blocks are fine. That's too short, too. And that one. Okay. Well, maybe only a couple of those are valid, but still. And then we're going to want a fluid drop-off station. I don't know. Here. And a solid pickup station. All right. That all looks more or less right. This is going to request... actually, before we do that, we're gonna refill it. We're gonna push all of the syngas out of this. Oh, I'm out of landfill. That's wild. All right. Let's go get landfill. That doesn't happen very often. This is also concerning, because this stone feeds... Why is there so little stone? Oh. Okay, well, we've mined some of the patch out. That's part of the problem. But also, carbolic oil's not really keeping up. Which shouldn't be happening. And all of this looks fine. Carbolic oil does some weird stuff around here, right? That's syngas. Yeah. Okay, so this is like the absolute carbolic oil overflow, and that's not running, which is what I expect. Apparently this is on a slight overflow of like above 80. Oh, because we need a little bit for whatever I'm using organic solvent for. Which is probably like one thing. I forgot that I even had this little organic solvent build. Is this used in? Ah, okay. Used for niobium. That's fine. Is it this that's wrong? Oh, this is stopped. On tar. And tar is stopped on... Tar looks fine. Oh, output full. Heavy oil. Which is output full on naphthalene? which is currently... Oh, just being burned. Interesting. Because this tops off into this system. What are the other inputs to this? We're burning off excess aromatics from the other side. Which probably means we're full on this petroleum gas. Or we're not getting enough hydrogen. Interesting. That could be part of the problem. And then our other steam inputs. That's it, right? This section is just... This tops up... No, this and this together top up this pipe. This pipe is fed from steam up top. Oh, less than 95. Oh, less than 9. These are backwards. I want to prefer to be burning my tar processing byproducts. This should turn this one off now. Yeah. And this is pushing whatever it can out. This side goes to... I mean, this feeds tar processing on this side, right? This is all my steam for tar processing. And it should also be steam on this side for tar processing. Yes. So you run if O is less than 90, so you should just be fully disabled by control behavior. Oh, and you pump in. Okay. So this also then is getting steam from... Where else? Oh, God. Up here is steam from shale oil processing. This is almost nothing. This is very little steam. And it's on an overflow, so, like, that's nothing. We're also getting steam from... God, I can't believe this ever made sense to me. Over here, over here, over here. This is where we burn off excess... No. What is this steam pipe? Oh, this is excess from this setup. Okay. Yeah, this is where we burn off coal gas. And this also should not be... Yeah, because this is on an overflow as well. All right. Yeah, the naphthalene is still a problem. And that's because we're getting too much aromatics into the system. We're not turning the aromatics into this petroleum gas fast enough. Because we don't have the hydrogen for it. It blows my mind that we don't have hydrogen. Maybe I need to fix my hydrogen prioritization, because we prefer right now to use it on gasoline. And maybe instead, we should prefer... Yeah, this is the hydrogen void, right? Yes. This side is hydrogen for, like, a bunch of other stuff. And I think this is the hydrogen pipe that does ultimately go over to... Yeah, if I is greater than 80, we go over that way. We leave some here for... No, this is coming in this way. This is just pumped in. Up here... This should also be overflowing, but it should be like I greater than 90. Yes, so we only push from here into here. So maybe it's this side. The hydrogen that we get from here needs to be pushed into this part of the system. Because right now, the hydrogen that we get out of the coal processing is going directly into gasoline no matter what, and I think it's better to feed it down to be petroleum gas right now. Because we need to get rid of our excess. So yeah, where these merge, coming up here, off of here, off of here. Alright. So this will only run if I goes above 90. I accidentally turned all of these on because I accidentally bridged some things. That's okay. This... It's running surprisingly slowly. Considering I had to add a bunch of oxygen the other day. I'm very surprised that we're not... Yeah, I mean, that's... So this is hydrogen, I think, down to Relisia's. Yep. And that's fine. And then... it overflows into this system. And then this gets pumped into that whole system that we were looking at before. Oh, this is turned off. Is that because it's backed up? That's because it's backed up. Can it turn itself back on if it needs to? I think it will. All right. Then I won't be concerned. Where else do we generate hydrogen? Alright, well, these aren't running at all anymore, which is fine. That means that all of the hydrogen that we're making is going to get sent over here. But it's just not enough to keep us from burning off aromatics here. And that's causing our backups here with too much steam in this part of the system. I don't care about any of this anymore. Honestly. So why is this a problem? This is a problem because it's going to slow down coke output, potentially. And it's going to slow down some of the other byproducts that are sent into the rest of the base, right? We've got gasoline that goes over. We've got aromatics, of course. That's a problem. Carbolic oil, which is what brought me over here in the first place. So all of that is kind of the issue. I could turn coal gas into ash, I suppose, instead of into steam down here. But it does seem like, for whatever reason, naphthalene is the thing that's backing up. Well, they're all running now. So maybe that hydrogen tweak was just enough to keep these moving enough to keep the aromatics here from being burned off. I don't know. This whole setup's a mess. Also, as the base's power demands go up, it'll get sort of resolved again. But ultimately, it's not the thing that I'm most worried about. All right, where is the actual Pi Science 2? All the way down here. We still have quite a bit of ways to go before we get down there. Cobalt processing, silver. Ooh, soot separation is actually useful. Biotech stage 2. Ooh, brains into lards. That's a nice, useful recipe. Methanol processing, why not? What else do I need for Corlex? Propene, oil sands. Alright, there's a bunch of tech. It doesn't really matter what tech it is. I completely lost track of what I was doing. I was getting the stuff that I needed for Ulrics to run down here. Oh, and that involved copper being broken. And that involved me redoing this. And I had to go back to base for a reason. Landfill. Right. And then landfill made me realize that my stone was broken. Oh, I'm so many yaks deep. Alright, let's go back to getting borax fixed so that copper will turn back on, so that the base can run. And then that will get our horse DNA samples running, etc. Cool. Okay. And is the quest for this one... What is this fluid even? Syngas. And it shouldn't actually request right away. And then this station is just a supply station. It's totally going to request right away. Shoot. We might end up with a stuck train here, because I was not paying close enough attention. And then, oh, the other thing I need here is an oxygen output, which I wasn't thinking about when I did this. Shoot. Yeah, this did request an extra syngas. Oops. This is gonna get stuck here. So the issue is that I needed to get an oxygen stop here for the... well, for this. Oh! And I didn't make this long enough for 2 stops. So now I need to extend the length of this, which is silly. But I would have had to double it anyway, so even though the stations are going to be in kind of weird places, it's all still going to be fine. All right, and then the O2 output needs to be a liquid pickup tank. Fluid pickup station. Here we go. Pop. And then we want to put a pump. How do I want to do this? Got all of this up to here. Nope. Ba-da-ba. All right, and as soon as there's a little bit of room in here, what I can do is disconnect this. And then replace this with a top-up valve. And then it'll drain from these when it can. Whoops. Uh-oh. Okay. And then input along here somewhere. Cool. And this is a byproduct, the oxygen, which means we need a priority on it. And this is eventually going to tell me that this train is stuck. But eventually it'll drain. It'll figure itself out. Oh. Helps to be actually unloading. Yeah, this should only ever be half a belt, which means only 3 of these should actually run. It's a little bit less than half a belt, I think. 5, yeah, it's like 7 items a second. So I think only 3 of these will ever run. Alright, and once this fills itself up enough, we will get... we'll get a train dispatch for it. There we go. That should be enough. And that will get the... Yeah, that's probably the train right there. Coming in to pick up borax. And then this oxygen station is set to high priority. The one coming off the base should be set to just 0. That's fine. And the one coming off of acetylene processing... Yeah, is also high priority. Oh, that's carbon dioxide. I have oxygen coming from somewhere. But it's not acetylene processing, is it? It's down here. Off of tailings processing. Okay. So yeah, that concerns me. We might lock up on oxygen again, which is silly, but hopefully not. We've still got quite a bit of capacity here. How's this doing? Slowly draining. Okay. Yeah, train is stuck. I know. I know a train is stuck. right now... Yeah, this is barely full. So I think it should end up choosing whenever this needs more O2. And I'm not sure how close it is. Not really. Needs to burn like 20,000 more before it'll pull more. But we'll get everything running again with copper. Okay, copper's fixed. Calling it fixed. Ooh. This does very nearly fit here, doesn't it? I mean, obviously not with the existing stations. But if I get rid of the existing stations, this will all run, like, right on through. No problems. Whoops. Don't know what that pipe is. Don't want to find out the hard way. Clear that out a little ways back as well. All right. So looking here, if I get rid of this Lurker's Rock station, I can push up one of these, and I might have just enough space to do... What is Lurker's Rock? Lurker's Rock is just hot air, right? Okay, I'm gonna... do that. Then let's see if I can push this hot air, yeah, down into another tank, just like I was doing in other places. And that should empty out. Yeah, all this. Perfect. Cool. So with that out of the way, let's take a look at that. And then a vertical. Ooh, that goes right into a bunch of stuff, doesn't it? All right. This is just going to be a special section then. We're going to have 2 solid pickups here. What is this? This is water. To an outfall? Okay, yeah. Alright, my problem is I'm not sure that I can turn this around in this space now that I'm looking at this. This all might not work. Because, yeah, if that's our tightest bend... Well... Is it silly? Absolutely. Will it work? Also, absolutely. So this is going to come in here, and this will be... All right. So this is going to pull from the bottom first, and we're just going to drain this. Get rid of the actual stop. Whoops. That was also all the power that I needed. All these stops that I never should have made in the first place, finally getting cleaned up. What are y'all waiting for? Oh. Ah, I see what I did. Alright, so this is the new station. Draining the old station. What? Ooh, I undid a little too far there, didn't I? All this can still go. All this can still go. Alright. Let that drain. Then up here, that signal's not happy. That all looks fine. That all looks fine. Okay. So this will be coal. And just like with the... All right. And then the other... to come in and merge with the priority input on that side. Okay. That should get coal going to this station. We've got... what's it called on this station again? Now I just need to draw our... I wonder how far back we can get away with making that. Pretty far, it turns out. And then there's all this plumbing for the outfall here that I need to fix. I'm not even going to try to run this along the same path this time. Let's see, there really isn't a better place for this anywhere nearby, is there, unfortunately? There really is not. All of this is like one wide. Yeah, that was a decent place for it, or something up here, I guess. Yeah, let's do it up here. This is a little bit better. Cool. That should fix this. Yes. These stations are both filling up again. This is definitely funky, but it's kind of where this rail is butting up against the edge of the old base. But with that, I think I can grab... I mean, I could do it here. I could also just turn this into a full clover leaf, which maybe is the better thing to do. And get the stations here pulled off for this lead processing. That's not super urgent. I'm really just doing it to fill time while I wait for the base to turn back on, because copper was broken. And it looks like copper is just coming through again. All right, it's a little pulsy, but yes, we do have copper. We do have copper, which means we should have a bunch of these guys again, which means we may have the stuff we need for the Ulrics. No. The answer is no. They have not made it this far down yet. Oh, and they're prioritized to actually doing science. So it's going to take a little while before they back up again, too. All right, good to know. Speaking of, how's red science doing? How are we doing on... Oh, look at that. We're actually starting to back up on hydroxide again. Oh no, this is stopped for another reason. Why stopped? No wood. No wood because... there should be a lot more than that coming along this belt. I know that much. Sorry, I know moving this quickly through the base is just annihilating YouTube's compression. We are hitting some ash issues. I'm assuming... I mean, I did some maintenance on this last time. Yeah, that's bad. And I'm assuming this is because we're just not pulling from this system anymore. That appears to be the case, that we're just backed up on steam. And this is one of our main sources of ash into the base. So something I can do that will kill two birds with one stone, actually. Here, this burns off this coal gas, just as steam. So if we want to generate less steam and generate more ash, I can hook the coal gas from this side over to this side, somewhere, wherever coal gas is. Because the coal gas here, when it overflows, gets turned to ash. I've got that somewhere up here, turning coal gas to ash. So I think that is a thing to do, is to start turning that excess coal gas to ash instead of steam, and that should give us, again, it's two birds with one stone, right? We have less steam in the way of running our coal plant, and we get the ash from burning the coal gas off. So, it is just about ad o'clock again, so we're gonna run the ad, and then I'll get this this little bit of plumbing done. Alright, welcome back everybody. Let's get this coal gas pipe routed. I think it needs to go very far. It needs to come down to here-ish. Yeah. Nope. Here. And of course it's too long. Why wouldn't it be? Alright. That'll push this coal gas into here. which should now be going this way. Down here, I think, is to what was once aluminum mining. Yeah. And then up in the other direction from that is up here. Yeah, through the overflow into the burn off here. So to syngas and to ash production now. And I could put a few more furnaces here if we need to. And it looks like we need to, because this is backing up pretty aggressively. And then whatever this steam is, I'll need to deal with and reposition. But... and also the boron trioxide, but that's easy enough. This water is also, like, absolutely in the worst spot. So I'm gonna have to do something about that. Stop, stop, stop. Okay. Whew. Boron trioxide gets routed around now. This steam pipe, question mark? Yes, needs to be reconnected. I just want to make sure I'm reconnecting the right pipes to the right pipes. So that is this steam pipe. And then there was a water input here. Oh, to the boron trioxide. And I need to figure that out. Oh, we have water here. Okay. All right. That's water input back to boron done. That is... I mean, now we're making a whole belt of ash from coal gas. But we are staying at 90. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and these are turning off now. Okay. Cool. So we're sinking coal gas a little more rapidly. I don't know why these get lane balanced here. And then again here. I'm sure I have reasons. All of that coal gas being fed into the system is going to do other things here, that's for sure. Feeding this hydrogen out means we're going to be making more gasoline over here, which generates more coke. But down here, and I can take all of these down now. We still have too much steam. Unfortunately. Not helping. Oh, and we're burning off petroleum gas now. Means that we're like... Wow. Yeah, our liquid fuel demand in the base overall is definitely low. Or I'm just making a lot of fuel. Either way, this is not ideal. It should be a little more stable now. And like... we'll have a little more ash moving through from down below now that we're burning off more of the coal gas. And it's going to take a little while for all this to, like, filter all the way up here and all the way back down and end up with 2 belts of ash coming down here again. But, like, these are fairly full now. So that is an improvement. And it will be an improvement feeding into here as well. But, like, this is not enough ash for wood, and that slows everything down. Once we have a little more ash coming through, though, again, this should pick itself back up. Don't know how much that's going to help, but a little bit. Science is... yeah, we're slowly backing up on these, but that means that Ulrics still won't have started. Yeah. Because we do prioritize research over other uses of automation science packs. Train is still stuck. I assume they mean the one down here. No. What the... what? Oh. Well, well, well. If it isn't the consequences of my own actions. I think this is requesting too many stacks of... copper ore, which means that it has reached a point where we can't fit the other stuff in there that we need. I think this only happened because it broke. Like, had it not broken, we would have requested borax and we would have been burning through the copper more frequently. There we go. Should be enough to get this going again. But yeah, if we keep that capped to like 5 stacks copper in flight, we might be in a better place there. Okay. What do I have left to do? I still have to do... Oh, good. This has finished emptying, so I can go ahead and grab it. Clean this part up. That still basically just leaves the main lead step up as the only set of stations that are still on the drag here. And then down here, this stuff for saline water and this fuel station. But these need to be redone. I was talking about that earlier in the stream. I want to redo how I do fuel stations, but that is a future problem. So for now, I think as long as this thing can get itself emptied. Cool. Train should no longer be stuck. All right, let's get started thinking about the Ulric build. Because I need to start grabbing the buildings for that, and even though they are going to take a few minutes in the creature chamber, still, because we're still catching up on science and ash and wood, we can at least get them running on their own. What am I looking for? Oh, I came up here to get buildings. All right. So I'm just going to look at my shopping list in... Look at my shopping list, and we're going to have to get modules and stuff later on, obviously. But looking at my shopping list in Yafsi, what do I need to make a bunch of Relesia plantations? Oh, soil. 300 soil for each of these? And 50 treated wood? Jeez. It's not expensive, it's just annoying. And Fawaji plantations probably also need a bunch of soil and tinned cable and wood. Yep, okay. Those are going to be annoying to make. The Ulric corrals... I can just make. Excellent. Botanical nurseries, I can probably either make or I already have being made somewhere. Two spore collectors, 2 soil extractors. An automated factory, barreling machine. Automated factories are in my, like, always bring to me pile, right? Yeah. Barreling machine. Offshore pump, electric boiler, flora collector. High pressure furnace. And a reproductive complex, which I should probably just make myself. Oof. Steel, titanium, and iron. Okay. All right. And then we're going to need a lot of Relatias and a lot of Phawagy, and I'm not currently putting those in as modules anywhere, so we're just going to have to go grab heaps of them. The Ulric modules obviously need to get built separately. So I just need the stuff for the, well, okay, apparently we don't have spore collectors. I can make 2 of them, but I should also add them to the mall. I think everything it needs should already be in the system. Is that maybe stone brick? I'm surprised I don't have stone brick in the system already, but think about that. And then, yeah, the Relicia plantations and the Phawagy plantations need a bunch of treated wood and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of soil. Grab a bunch of treated wood. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of soil is always just, like, kind of annoying. Oh, and more circuit boards, apparently. Oh, stop making lamps. Okay. Lamps, oh, and steam engines. It's handcrafting as well. Okay. Steam engines. Lamps should be, like, here. More glass. This is going to be the kind of tedious building of buildings part. Yep, and I already need more soil. And I need how many of these things? 20, and I've made 3. Alright, nope, I'm not doing this. We are going to set these up to craft up here, and they will be done eventually. Everything but dirt soil should be in the system. Maybe wood is not being added in directly. Obviously, if I go up here, let me see what I can do with a couple of soil extractors feeding into a, let's see. Yeah. There. And do that. All right. I hate it, but it should get these things going a little better. Iron plates are going to be big logistics requests as well. But yeah, for any of these buildings that need dirt... Oh, these need dirt too? Yeah, soil. This should help the bots keep things moving. And these are going to be very, very slow to craft up here, to get any number of them. That's just the way it is. But I will blueprint them in as I'm doing the build, and then I'll come down and look for it. Or I'll come back up here and grab more of the buildings. And that should help with, with some of waiting for all the buildings to get built. How are we doing on backing up science? Yeah, slowly but surely. All right. So looking at YAFC, I kind of want to put the chunks of this into one. Whoops. Ulric, there we go. So like nested table, Ulric cub, done. Ulric food needs a bunch of stuff, but I don't know if I can nest it. Relesia seeds I think are only needed for Ulrics, so they go in here. Phawagy, nested table, Phawagy spores. Oh, and I was wrong, because Relesias also need Relesia seeds, so never mind. That needs to stay out. Maybe there's not a lot that I can do about some of these bits, but table, ash. Do the baby Ulrics need? No. So all the flora stuff is food specific. Steam. Steam. Okay. And the soil should be in the Relesias, please. There we go. And then Phawagy has the Phawagy spores. Seeds are needed in 2 places, so we just got to do that. Cool. And then water pumping, yeah. The water barrel loop, I guess, is part of the Ulric build. All right. This just gives me a better idea of what each of the chunks of this are. So we've got the food, we've got the Ulrics themselves, and we've got the Relesia build and the Phawagy build, right? And then this is going to need 4 train stations. 3 train stations. Seeds and tin plates are 1 train station. Hydrogen is another. And then we'll be outputting Ulrics. I'm going to assume that there's... Do I want to... So Ulrics stack to 50... Caged Ulrics, okay, stacked to 100. So if I wanted to fill up a train full of Ulrics, caged Ulrics travel denser. But then I have to loop cages around, and I'm not sure that that's necessarily what I want to do. And you know, making already, so whatever it is, 1,000 Ulrics in however many I'm making per second, 0.2 a second. Is already a lot of seconds to make one train load of them. So that'll be something else to think about. Is I need to figure out smaller request sizes for things where we don't want to do a full train load. Because I think Ulrics, and probably most animals initially, are going to be those sorts of things where doing a full train load would be silly. I'm not out of landfill again, am I? No. The bots are just a little slow today. Okay. So, what are my train stops? As always, I try to do those first, because everything else kind of has to be built around them. Also, I need a bunch of train signals. I'll have to grab those when I head back up to base. Okay. So I'm going to have a solid delivery for tree seeds and tin. And then a hydrogen delivery. Here, let's do tree seeds and tin plate. All right. And then we're also going to need a hydrogen drop-off. So that is fluid drop-off station. And then we'll need a pickup station as well. Solid pickup station for the Ulrics. All right, this is going to want hydrogen. $70,000. Power it. Power this one. Ooh, those are the wrong seeds. No, they're not. Oh, it's the green background. They look super funky with the green background. Okay. And then here, we're going to have... I don't have the stuff to put this down, but that'll be the actual Ulric delivery spot. Okay, so I'm going to need to make my Fawaji build and my Relesia build. And then, as far as things that are input, the tin plate and the tree seeds both go directly into food. Which makes me think that I just want to do this. Alright. I seem to have steam scheduled to come from a boiler. That's fine. That's easy. And then ash is from biomass, and that is from flora spoiling. Okay. And this is where it gets fun. Wait, really? Huh, what are the chances? The boiler outputs enough water from turning biomass into ash that I don't need another water source here. Okay, so now here's the challenging part, is we need to have flora spoiling into biomass and ending up in a place where just start thinking about what this looks like. Because it needs to come by here. Right, and it needs to be an input, so we need to have a loop-d. And then input priority that side. And then inputs here that are not native. Not native flora. This should work, but I don't think we're going to buffer enough stuff. Like, I think it's going to be bursty. So, let's think about how we can do this more smarter. As before, we'll have this part. We'll have our loop. But we can also have potentially stuff be brought in. I mean, maybe this is just gonna work. So these will grab anything with reckless abandon, whether it is native flora or spoiled stuff. I think I only want them to grab native flora if this is below a certain threshold of fullness. And otherwise, I want them to grab whatever. So I could do something with like set filter and constant minus the amount of native flora in here. Something like that. If I take arithmetic combinator here, native flora minus I don't know. How much does native flora even stack to? $50. All right. $500, $1,000, $2,000. Yeah, like 4,000. Let's do that. Native flora minus 4,000. You're going to output native flora. No, we want it to be 4,000. Sorry. 4,000 minus native flora. Then that'll be along with a constant combinator. Which is going to spit out biomass and fluorospalanin. These guys in set filter mode. Look at that! They set their filters. And then as soon as there's too much native flora in here, they'll stop. Cool. This is also going to need Relisias, Fawaji. Okay, and I do have to get Steam going, but Steam will start once enough of this spoils. And yes, this takes a long time to spoil, but once stacks of it spoil, it'll be fine. The other thing is that this can almost certainly still back up. If this is completely full of biomass and this is full of other stuff, then we need to get rid of the biomass somehow. And I don't 100% know how I would want to do that. Something to think about. So So yeah, I gotta build my big builds for Relisias and Fawaji now. Fawaji is 11 Fawaji plantations. I'm gonna build it as 12 so it's symmetrical. Well, no, I'll just build the 11. And then Relisias is 20. Fawaji's not huge, like... Actually, yeah, 11 of these isn't bad at all. And 2 spore collectors runs that. Yeah, 1.1. Ugh. And then that will be Fawaji out. Ta-da! And that's not a huge amount of Fawaji either. No, 0.4 a second. And then the Relisias are a little bit of a bigger build. Yeah, and the buildings are bigger, plus they need more infrastructure. But okay, is this 20 of these? This is 20 of these. Perfect. And that'll be Relisias, which we'll need to get some split off to do seeds and some split off for other stuff. So we're going to take that output there. Down here, we're going to have our inputs here. So one side of that is going to be soil, and the other side is going to be seeds. Okay. So if I take my nurseries here, we're going to split this. Take the botanical nurseries there and there. Output priority is to make more seeds. that's Relegia seeds out. This is Relesias themselves out. This is Fawaji out. And then right here, I need 2 soil extractors. And I apparently put my soil extractors somewhere. Oh, really? Really, Brandon? Okay, fine. We will tolerate a zigzag here. And that just needs a water pump. The Relesias also need water in. Oops. Fix my alt mode. And then that'll need to be looped around to this hydrogen requester, actually. I can do that now, I think. All right, so that'll be hydrogen in once we have hydrogen actually on rails. And then all of this is water. And how do I want to do it? Okay, that's water. Hydrogen is wired in. Everything needs a bunch of things to be their modules. I still need my soil extractors. But for this, it just needs Relesias and the Fawaji. And I think I also need Relesias to go into... No, I just need the Relesia seeds. Okay. So let's actually change what I'm doing here. Let's do that. Let's do that. And then here, if we bring in basically along here, that'll be Relesias on one side and Fawaji on the other, coming down into making this stuff. Tree seeds are direct insertion, tin is direct insertion, steam will be done. Okay, so this is everything. Besides making sure that we're not going to be blocked on weirdness with... If this backs up on spoilage, we're going to have a bad time, and I don't have, like, a backup for that right now. So that's the one thing. I might need to have, like, biomass out here if this ends up with too much biomass in it. Not sure. I need more trains. That's a different problem. Okay. So that's the Relesia build, the Phawagy build. Ulric food. Okay, so I just need the reproductive complex and the Ulrics themselves. These are not small buildings, but they're not huge buildings. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they also need... Alright, they output Ulrics and barrels, both in very small quantities, right? We're making, like, yeah, 0.5 total from everything. That's fine. Work this. Barrels left. Ulrics themselves down into there. Our inputs are food, water barrels, and Relesia seeds and cubs. Okay, so we do have 2 input belts. One of them is gonna be... Here, let's get this belt figured out. We're gonna have one output here. And then the other side of that is going to come off of Relesia seeds here. Alright, so that's Relesia seeds and Ulric food. And then on the other side, we're going to need to have the cubs and the water barrels. Let's do this here. This is going to make Ulric cubs. Okay, Ulric cubs also need food. Oh, and a little bit of Phawagy. Okay, I got to split off my Phawagy. Didn't realize that. That's fine. I can make space. How much Phawagy are we using? Yeah, 0.2 a second. That's fine. A little bit of food and... Really, maybe what I want to do is put this, like, here. Because we're going to have food and water barrels through here. So, like, this thing can just be, like, boop, boop. And be pulling what it needs off of there. And then as far as this belt goes, it's just bringing in the Phawagy. Yeah, that makes sense. And then output from this needs to be across here. We're gonna do like that. On the right, we're gonna have Ulric cubs. And then on the left here, did I not make myself a barreling machine? I requested it, but I don't have it. Okay. Barreling machine. And I think we actually go through quite a bit. Yeah, we do. And is it easier to put down another pump here than to run water up from the other one? It absolutely is. All right, that's water in. And then these two things will just come right over here. And feed into the barreling machine. I still gotta get all my modules over here and the rest of these buildings. I still have to run power over to all this stuff. That won't take too much longer. I think the modules are going to be one of the harder parts. And then, of course, we need to get our Ulric modules into some of these things once they are bootstrapped. Which still hasn't happened. Because we're still catching up on science. I could change the priority of this splitter and get them going, but, like, plenty of other stuff to work on, plenty of modules to grab, etc. Okay, it has apparently, once again, been an hour, and it is break time. I'm going to make myself another glass of tea, hydrate, and I will see everybody in just a few minutes, and we will get this Ulric build wrapped up. All right, welcome back from the break, everybody. I am wandering over to where I currently make Relisias and Phawagy because I need a lot of them for modules. I need 240 Relisias and 110 Phawagy. So hopefully they are a little bit backed up. But somehow, I doubt that that is going to be the case. They're a little bit backed up, but not like really, really backed up. Alright, these are running reasonably full speed though. This looks like it needs more barrels in its loop. Something else to keep in mind. Curious if these are going to stop or if they're able to grab them on their way by. Because the buffer of barrels is only down to like here. That makes me nervous. All right. Well, that's 50, 70 something of the 240 I need. And Phawagy up here. All right, yeah, there is lots of Phawagy. How much did I say I needed? 110. I've got 133. Okay, cool. Done. And then I need 16 more Relisia plantation and 9 more Phawagy plantations. Oh, let's get rid of the things that I don't need. Relisia plantation, 16. Phawagy plantation, 9. Well, we don't have quite all of them in storage. Oh, the Phawagy plantations didn't build. No wood in storage. That doesn't surprise me, I guess. Given the rest of my base. Oh, speaking of, I wonder how wood is doing. Nope, not that one. Where's wood? This is wood. All right, we have logs coming through consistently from the whole thing again. Well, it makes me nervous, but does seem like it's working a little bit better again, maybe. We're still pretty slow on wood. Yeah, because this is the wood that goes up to science right now, and I think science was so drained that it's going to take quite a while for this all to catch back up to what's needed here before it actually starts backing up fully. And that means that we won't be getting much from the second belt of wood that comes past these guys. Never mind wood that comes down to wherever this goes. What even is this wood? I've already lost the... I think this was just wood for the old circuit build. I think that's all that comes through here. Yeah. Yep, it's just wood for cellulose for the old circuit build. Okay. That's not a big deal. Alright, if I'm going to need to make a bunch of Phawagy plantations by hand, because I need logs, then What do I need? Iron plates and soil. Wonder how long that's been broken. Eight. I should have a heap of logs, just not a ton of soil. Or not a ton of wood. Yes. That does appear to be the case. 9. So if I want to be able to make more Relesia plantations... Here, let's head up to the, up to here. And let's add another sort of ancillary bit of equipment to our bot mall. And that is gonna be all right. So this will start requesting logs now, and it'll make wood available to the rest of the system to build things. So I need another 9 Relesia plantations, and those need also soil and treated wood. All right. It's going to be a combination of doing this by hand and waiting for the bot mall to catch up, I think. But I do have treated wood around somewhere. Treated wood. Soil is down here. And then lamps and glass. Lamp. Glass. Intermetallics. Wow. And more soil, I assume. Yep, always more soil. Here, I bet up towards the bot mall, where I've got it dumping soil directly into provider chests, I've got hundreds and hundreds of soil, don't I? Because I don't think I limited these. Alright, 4 more of them. Because I've got one on the way. Grab a little more soil. We'll make one more. We're going to be pretty close to all the ones we need. 13. There's one on the way if the bots ever get to me. There it is. All right. 14 of the 16 we need. Not too bad. Oh, and a barreling machine, which apparently we don't All right, we can make that now. And we are going to need a few hundred barrels as well. Why not? Heaps of them. So let's see if we can get the rest of the religias that we need. Probably not quite yet, but we should have a bunch available. Yeah. That's 150 of the 240 that I need. Not quite done yet, but getting there. Okay, now power needs to come through here. I have not even started yet. Where did I mess up? Darn it. Okay, that's what I want. And then these guys just... can't quite be on one. Too bad. Alright, that'll get the Phalangy started. Religias are going to need a little bit more. Okay, so the Religias... Oh, I'm going to need to bootstrap them with some seeds. I can grab those from the other side. That's fine. And then... yeah, they're all getting started on soil. That's fine. They've all got water. Hydrogen. I need to get a hydrogen source onto rails. That makes me nervous because I already have a lot more oxygen than I necessarily know what to do with. So I think right now copper is the only metal I have that needs oxygen. I mean, once I start getting other metals on rails, and that might be something I have to start doing, is getting more things on rails to start consuming some of these byproducts, right? Because, like, natural gas over here is also kind of a... not you. Where's natural gas? Down here. Like, this is going to be blocked on byproducts eventually as well. Like, naphtha's already getting a little spicy. So that is something to keep in mind. And I'm sure that if I start doing, like, rare earth mineral processing or whatever, I'll need... I know that naphtha is used as the mining fluid there, and probably that'll need oxygen in some places, so... that may be a necessary, step. But for now, I think what I can do is if I get a liquid fluid pickup station, yes. What I'm gonna do here... that's right, I forgot I needed some other bits and bobs. Is I can make enough hydrogen on site here for the Bawaji, and then I'll just have an oxygen pickup here, and instead of delivering hydrogen to it, I think, is what I'm gonna do. Is like... oh, I can make it from syngas, too. Interesting. Syngas to hydrogen and CO2. Not that I have a great use for the CO2 either, but... zinc chloride makes hydrogen as a byproduct. See, this is the thing, is that, like, stuff makes hydrogen, and I don't want to... be building hydrogen on site everywhere and have a bunch of oxygen, and then end up having hydrogen, too much oxygen everywhere. So I think I'm changing my mind. Yeah. So we're going to have to think of something that we can get started on rails that'll make hydrogen. That's going to have to be one of those priority things for me. All right, I need 2 more Relesia plantations. Everything else, I think, is done. Oh, except maybe needing to drop a bunch of barrels into this barreling machine. Okay, let's head up to Relisia's, see if I can get another 100 or so of those. That'll get that system started, and I can drop a few barrels into the loop here while I'm at it. And some Relesia seeds to start the system down there. Are we doing over wood? Maybe finally catching up. Hey, we have started to make some horse DNA samples. Excellent. Which means I need to grab cDNA. Enough cDNA for 4 of these, so I need 12 cDNA and 16 poor alien samples. All right. Poor alien samples are actually down here, because they get made as part of science. Should have some buffered, question mark? I do have some buffered. And cDNA is up towards the mall. And we'll use a bit more of this for Arqads as well, so I'll take some extra down with me. We're gonna need it. Alright. With that, my 2 Relesia plantations are going to come to me. Excellent. So I think the big things to get going now is going to be hydrogen. Something that makes hydrogen needs to be on the bus, for the or on the rails rather, for the Relesias. I guess the other option is I can put it on rails from the main base. At least temporarily. This says I've got 2 Relesia plantations en route. There's one. There's the other one. It's poor limping bot. All right. Charge yourself. We know. Oh. Cool. There's those 2 things. Let's head on down. Yeah, let's find a place. I guess I can do it here. Or maybe it makes more sense to do it down here, because this is where I already bring in... Here's hydrogen for Relesias, right? So if I put a little stop right here, then I can do hydrogen pickup without too much effort. Problem is I've also got a molten salt pipe through here, so maybe it goes off on this side, and I make space for a couple more stations that are base adjacent. I think that works. That gets hydrogen, I mean, not fully dealt with, but temporarily dealt with. And I can make this a low priority stop, right? So that it'll only be selected when there are I forgot to grab train signals when I was up there, so let's do that. Now, let's get hydrogen done first. One thing at a time. All right, pump should push all this in here. That is hydrogen pickup. Oh, and I need to make this a low priority station. This is not just a normal priority station. This is a low priority station. Because we only want to be pulling from this when we absolutely have to. Because hydrogen in the base is, I mean, it's not a super precious resource, but it's definitely not free. I also definitely will have broken science while all of this figures out the hydrogen that it needs. So, like, yeah, this is saying it can't route. Okay, I need to get more track. And a bunch of signals. I'm surprised there's two of them, though. So you're trying to go to... Man, you're going to clog up the whole system there. All right, yeah, so you want to go to... Sorry. Marcus Lewandowski, and then Acid Burn. So that is that. You also want to go to Marcus Lewandowski and then Acid Burn? Don't love that. Why 2 trains got dispatched, I am unsure. But certainly, it's a problem. All right, we'll grab a bunch of rails, we'll grab a bunch of signals. And that should be all I need to finish down there. Rails and signals, question mark? And then the trains should be able to start routing. Make sure all of my rail segments look good. Clean up the short ones. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. We should now have a train on the way here. And again, it concerns me that we seem to have dispatched 2 fluid trains to this. Yep, we absolutely dispatched 2 fluid trains. Train limit here is 1. I'm not sure how that happened. I mean, it's fine. Sort of. It's just not ideal. I assume we got double dispatch because it got confused. I'm hoping it's just double dispatch because it messed up the routing and not because of anything else in the system being wrong. All right. Release is in there. And seeds. And there we go. Those guys should get themselves going. Bawaji is running. Hasn't backed up yet, but it will. This whole setup is still waiting to spoil, right? Because it takes like, yeah, 6 hours. And that's fine. So all I have left for the food is tree seeds. And tree seeds are going to be a whole frickin' wood build, because I don't have wood on rails yet. Well... say it's a whole wood build. I've got this. I could direct tree seeds off of this, but I would need to set up the pickup station for it. And I'm not really set up to be able to do another pickup station through here anywhere. Do it down here. That's a long belt to snake full of tree seeds, but I can do it. Okay, yeah, this is what I was afraid of, is with the train limit at 2, we're not necessarily keeping up with what full-blown copper demand can actually look like. But with the train limit at, well, with our request thresholds set as they are, this should immediately request another train. But if it doesn't, you know, do its whole thing on time, and it has to come all the way across the freaking map. So this is why I had the copper request set higher, right? At 70 stacks instead of whatever. So it would dispatch another train sooner. But the problem is that if it does get all 3 in quick succession at the wrong time, this gets too full of copper. So maybe I need to switch this from a warehouse to a deposit that just has that little bit of extra room. Or I need to think of a better way to manage copper in the system. I am not sure yet, but it is something I'm thinking about. Alright. Yeah, several of these are starting to turn on now, and they're gonna fully populate this whole thing with Relisias and Relisia seeds eventually. And up here, this will need... This gets its Fawaji, and up here, these are going to get Relisia seeds. Why are these getting Relisia seeds first? Didn't have the output priority set. Alright, I'm going to pull the seeds out of these, because I do actually want it to... bootstrap. Right, we want the Relisia seeds to prefer to go this way to make more Relisias, to make more seeds, before we start sending seeds to these guys. Okay, so I think that this will eventually get itself kind of ready to go, except for the food, and, well, the Ulrics themselves, of course. Ulrics themselves are... There's 4 horse DNA samples, so let's go get those guys started. And then we can also look at getting a wood build going on rails, and that will also be a CO2 sink, which is fantastic, because I'm sure I have too much CO2 everywhere. Definitely CO2 is generated in a couple of places on the rails. So, getting wood built will help with that. Where am I, and where do I need to be? Ooh, and water. Alright, that'll start a few Ulrics for me, and then I can switch this machine back to making bees. Just running on loop making bees for me. So let's get some wood going. What do I need for wood? Specifically, I guess I want to output... Well, I need to output tree seeds, for sure. But do I want to have regular wood available, or logs? Like, what are the actual things that I want to be shipping. Wood is way less dense. It stacks to 100. Log also stacks to 100, but it's way more dense. Okay, so log is what I want. Log is what I want to be shipping. Okay. Other than that, we do need a little bit of loop back on wood to make tree seeds for the wood itself. And probably some other things. But like if I grabbed everything to like here, basically, should be pretty good. Actually, I don't need to grab it from here. Let's grab it from down below. I don't know if this setup is actually better to copy or not, but... Because, yeah, CO2 is going to come from rails. And... then... what else do we need? Yeah, so I could do just tree seedling, water, and CO2 without the ash input. Or I guess tree seedling, muddy sludge, and CO2 is better. Alright, let's flip to YAFC real quick and ratio this stuff out. So I want to make log. And our recipe options are... yeah, we'll do the muddy sludge. This one. Okay, so this is exactly 1-to-1 forestry to beautiful. I like it when stuff works. We'll need tree seeds, which means we'll need a little bit of wood to happen, but we still output almost all of our log. We'll make muddy sludge from soil. Water on site. Oh, and moss needs to happen on site as well. Okay. From CO2 and muddy sludge. Cool. This doesn't have to be a big build. I'm not going to need huge amounts of wood or tree seeds, really. Oh, I'm going to need to change what I'm doing down below, aren't I? If I ship logs instead of... yeah, because down here I had this set up for assuming that we were going to feed tree seeds directly from this into here, but if we're requesting logs instead, we've got a couple of extra steps. So let's just head down and fix that. Hey, there's our first Ulric. Sorry, I just realized I'm on the wrong screen. Down here is what I was saying. This assumes it's taking seeds, and we're not going to do seeds. We're going to do log, because shipping logs is better. Logs. Oh, there it is. That's the one I want. And then we're going to have a You make wood. You make tree seed. There we go. So that'll work now with this requesting logs instead of tree seeds directly. Now we just need to build our little, a little bit tiny log farm. And it doesn't have to be big to start. Things do ratio out very nicely if I make it big. Looking at Yafsi here. Actually, it ratios really nicely if I make it really, really big. But we're not going to do this. This is stupid. We don't need to make 28 logs a second. I don't know. I think 2 is probably fine. 2 is easy to work with. It's easy to deal with even numbers of things and how they split. Unfortunately, because this is a different... Because we're not using ash in this build, it's a different ratio of all the stuff. So we're gonna need... to build it from scratch, because it's not copy and pastable from our existing stuff. Two botanical nurseries, 7 moss farms, $105 moss, 20 trees. Three washers, 3 soil extractors. And a partridge and a pear tree. Okay. Don't need those anymore. I've already placed them. Cool. So this is all the stuff that we're going to need for building a little wood farm. It looks like all of it except the wood processing unit can be sent to me, so I'll just make that. And now we wait. 2 on the way, 2 on the way, 7 on the way. Moss on the way, on the way, on the way, on the way. All right, cool. The bots can get all this stuff. All right, it's a little bit early for ad break time, but since we've got a few minutes while the bots catch up on all this, I think I'm going to go ahead and just hit the button now. When we come back, we'll get the wood farm built on rails, and that will probably be the last of the couple things that we need for Ulrics. It'll take a little bit of babysitting to get the Ulrics fully bootstrapped, of course. But once they are, we will I think that's the last thing for bees. So getting bees started rolling is going to be the next the next big step. All right. I'll see everybody in 3 minutes, and hopefully the bots will have brought me all the buildings by then, and we can get this done. All right, welcome back. It looks like we do have all of our Logi requests done. So let's go see how much of what we've built previously I can reuse and what I kind of have to build from scratch. I think we can basically replicate this design, but with only 3 of these. So I think, like, I don't know. A lot of this is reusable. I just have to get it rejiggered. I'm not sure how much it's worth copying and pasting, though, versus just rebuilding. Because it's not a very complicated build. Where do I want to drop this build, though? That's a question. Right here? I don't want to get too much stuff in here, because I do still need to have room for... Sorry, words. I need to have room to finish cleaning up lead. So I don't want to get too cozy in here. I could go up here. Do something over here, or like off of here. Don't think it really matters that much. This is going to be pretty low volume initially. I mean, obviously logs can end up used in lots of places, but... All right, so our input is just CO2 and our output is just logs. So that is nice and easy at least. Solid pickup station with... That'll be logs. And then down here, we're going to have a fluid drop-off station. And here we will request CO2. Okay. So I'm going to start from the beginning. And, well, actually, no, let's start with the end. Let's start with the end, and let's get our 2 forestries here, here, running on, there we go, the mud and CO2 recipe. And those are going to feed. This is going to be pretty much just like what I had up above. There's our output. And then one here. Okay. Now, each of these needs its fluid inputs. There. And there. Okay. These are going to make the seedlings. In and in. All right. And then here, I do need a... Let's make a shed. How big is a shed? Shed is 2 by 2. Okay. And then, where's my shed? Shed here. That's fine. So just like the other things, we're going to be gating the input of seeds and stuff into making... making seedlings based on if we have enough whatever here. Our output, we're going to have one filtered output for tree seeds. So any tree seeds that do spoil in here will come out and they'll get looped back around. Actually, now that I think about it, I could probably use this as my storage both for seeds and for... that's more of a pain. You know what? No, actually, that is okay. I will do it. I will do it. I'm changing my mind twice in a row, but I think this will be fun. So this will be storage for logs and for tree seeds. We're going to have, coming out of this, another filtered outserter. 0.7. Yeah, I should use a yellow one. Actually. Use 2. So that is log output. That's seeds into the system. And then I'm going to want a automated factory here. This makes tree seeds. Feeds them in there. But only when there's less than a stack of them. And then here, I grab this thing. All right, that looks reasonable-ish. So prioritize here so the system will start populating with seeds when it needs to. And then the other side of this needs to be moss in. And we also need spoiled seed output from these guys. Now I'm thinking that I want this to be a yellow inserter. Because if spoiled seed output is... here, There we go. And these need to be filtered to seeds as well. Okay, so this is going to start making tree seeds. These will come around into here, where they will be turned into seedlings once we have moss. Moss is 7 moss farms. Taking, yeah, this recipe. And I need to bring in muddy sludge and the CO2. All right, both of those are coming through here. Okay. CO2, yeah, has already been delivered. Fantastic. All right, and I just have to set up the muddy sludge, well, and power, but... And my muddy sludge for this is 3 soil extractors into 3 washers. Oh, so I don't even have to use belts. It's not actually correctly ratioed, but because of... Problem is, how would I actually set it up? I wouldn't, is the answer. So I think we are going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, and that's just fine. Yeah, 2.5 is, I mean, honestly, just 1 inserter. Maybe should be 2. And then the soil washers. Ooh. You know what? That's okay. Take this down here. Go over here. Take this one down here. And we'll get everything figured out kind of in this general vicinity. Yeah. Yeah. All right, those are turning on. These just need moss. Moss is waiting on muddy sludge. We have had, oh, another delivery of CO2. Excellent. I think this is ready to go. It just doesn't know it yet. Everything here should turn on as the muddy sludge comes through. It's gonna take a minute for it all to kind of start to saturate. But as it does... yeah, I think we're in good shape. And if I feel like it, I could drop in, some of the excess logs from my inventory here. And that should get the system running nicely. Or ready to run nicely when the time comes. Now, we do have to, I think, do one more thing. Which is take this and loop it around. Nope, not that one. That one. And that one. And these are only enabled when log is less than 100. So that will stop the system when this buffers 100 logs. And this will only start buffering logs once this is very full. So that's plenty of logs in the loop. It's just making sure that we... what we don't want to do is have these guys with seedlings sitting in them, waiting for... there to be space for more logs, because the tree seedlings will spoil, and then I'll be sad. And this whole system will just, like, back up on tree seeds. So we do need to have that circuit breaker so that we don't run. Otherwise, the tree seedlings will spoil, the seeds will get pulled out, the seeds will get looped around, we'll turn them into more seedlings, and things crash. I've seen it happen. It happened with my very first wood build. So... I think... yeah, these are just going to start making logs. It's going to... I mean, it's going to take a while for this to be full enough to do even a first shipment anywhere. So I think I'm going to hand feed some logs down at Ulrics just to get that started. Because this whole system should be... pretty much backed up. Yeah, we've got Relegias and Phawagy. We've got religious seeds everywhere. We've got religious seeds fully backed up. We've got... I could drop one more stack of those in there. We've got water barrels fully backed up. So all we need is food. And actually, I want to turn this off at, like... here and here. Okay. I want to make sure that I'm properly feeding only kind of like one machine at a time. So that I have time for that machine to make the modules. Otherwise, like, the cubs that we make are going to get spread out among a bunch of machines that can't make Ulrics yet. And the whole system will be slower than it has to be. Speaking of which, we should now have our Ulrics ready to go up here. Not as many as I might like to have, but 4 will do. And I'll put this back to making bees. Yeah. This will try to make another 10 or so batches of these guys. Yeah, it's gonna take a while for this whole thing to fully saturate and just start pushing logs down consistently. But it will get there. And 100 logs should be more than enough seeds for what the Ulrics actually need early on. Alright, so if I just put one of these guys in here, and the other 3 in here, and we wait for... That's funny, this still hasn't spoiled. I really fully expected this to have started spoiling by now. Alright, but it did stop at this point, which is good. So now this will just pull stuff off as it has to. This will eventually back up. But... This is still running? Question mark? Yep. Alright. What am I looking for? Oh, I wanted to get some... biomass. Because we need ash. Well... yeah. I was going to grab it from here, but given that how little ash is in this loop, I'm nervous about claiming this biomass from back here. So I'm going to look for a different source. Like this belt right here that I can just grab a bunch off of. Alright, that's a couple stacks. That should help with the... getting the system bootstrapped down there. And then this will spoil eventually into more biomass, but we've still got an hour and a half before this is even fluorospalanin, and I don't know how long the spalanin takes to decay. Another 3 hours. So we've got 6 hours left before we start producing chunks of biomass through this system directly. All right, and that's Ulric food, which apparently does not deserve a milestone. Sit here listening to the smooth jazz. All right, yeah, there we go. They only need a couple. And then with only one Ulric in here, there's still... This will still make more cubs than, like, this can handle. But as soon as we get more modules going, it'll, There we go. And at this current speed, they're pretty slow. Yeah, they're pretty slow. But these do 3 at a time, so... Alright, well that is the Ulric build, along with several side builds. Really the next thing, while this runs, we can flip over to YAFC and start thinking about it, is to go back to the Bees tab. I'm actually going to make a new Bees tab, and it's just going to be for gambling for queen bees. Because I want to... We're going to make the... Yes. Yeah, I don't know how many of these we want to have, but it's going to be... You know, looking at this, I'm like 3 to 2 to, yeah. I mean, this is still only 320 micro queens a second, which is like 3,000 seconds or something like that. We also, like, we can turn used comb into wax here, but we are also gonna need... I looked at this. I had to get another source of used comb initially, right? We have to do, like, a filled comb cycle to get the initial wax that we need. Right. And that means that we want to be making, I don't know, one of these that starts making bitumen. And this generates the used comb that we can use to make wax. So we also do need to get this set up, and we're going to have to start doing bitumen processing. To either this residual mixture, which looks delightful, all of these different distillates. But this gets us to finally starting to do well, this will give us the stuff we need for loaders. The distillates. So that comes from bitumen here. I can also turn it into heavy oil if such a thing were necessary. Or into sulfur. Pretty much directly. So, interestingly, also nitrogen. That's a weird one. Alright, well, there's lots of sinks for bitumen, is what it looks like. So, given, 30, 50... This is 60 Arqads already. How many do I actually have grown so far? 50 with another 10 on the way, so like 60. And this will get me going just to gamble for queens. And this is 0.07 Ulrics a second. Yeah, we're making 0.2. Oh, 70 Arqads a second. Sorry, I was not properly accounting for this. So yeah, we're gonna need to make 70 at least, but we're gonna have more, and that's the thing, is we're gonna have more Arqads. Coming through here. Question is, how many of these can I run before we stop having empty comb? Oh, it's not a problem. Okay. We keep needing more empty comb because we're wax negative? So even though we make empty comb from some of the wax, because it's wax negative... Okay, I was concerned that if we got, like, enough of these going, 0.031... Yeah, 0.11, we're fine. That if I got too many of these going, we'd be feeding too much empty comb in from the outside and making too much wax. But I don't think that's happening. So it's just a matter of how big can I scale this before I am no longer... dealing with bitumen correctly. Cool. So I think this is going to be its own little... That's a lot, but... 2 of these with 1 of these, maybe in a place where I can expand it. But this will be a little factory that just does this filled comb to bitumen, getting the Arqads happy, and then we'll also melt that down to wax. And then wax, gets sent to Arqad Honeycomb, and that is going to be its own... Maybe its own station? Or maybe that's... all the rest of this is its own station. Yeah, 30, 50... Oh, this is 5 of these. 100. 120? Okay. So I'm going to need to drop a bunch more cDNA into the Arqad machine, for sure. You know, however many times we have to roll this, it says 1% chance. And each nest needs... One nest is 5 maggots. And 5... Okay, it's 1-to-1 on eggs. So we need at least... Well, on average, we will need 500 eggs. In practice, we could need several times that. So keeping the creature chamber busy spitting out Arqads is definitely worthwhile. So yeah, I'll have to bring it some more cDNA and let it just... Because, like, yeah, we're at the 500, but I'd like to have several times that. Alright, I can set these guys up now like that. And if I do like this kind of thing here... Oh, I don't have any construction bots down here, do I? I'd have to go grab some construction bots from the main system. Maybe this isn't worth it. I was just thinking I could set up a little mini... logistics network here. Like that sort of thing. Alright, let's go grab a few construction bots. And then these guys should be able to finish bootstrapping themselves. Oh my god! My bots are being too helpful. How do I turn off my personal robot port? There we go. You in there. Okay. Now I should be able to go grab a few construction bots. Probably only need one. But I can leave them to populate themselves with all the modules. And then the next thing we need to be looking at is, like I said, we need to get some used comb so that we can make wax, and then the wax makes the empty honeycomb, and then the honeycomb plus Ulrics gives us honey. And that is used for the... What was I getting? Oh, construction bots. And that's what's used for the queens, is the honey from the Ulrics and from the honeycomb. So there's still quite a few processes to go for this one. But I think all of the hard dependencies are in place. We just have a bunch of stuff to build, a bunch of buildings that we need to figure out how to make, and alright, this is turned off because it's out of steam. Because... oh. There's too much ash in the loop. Okay. That was probably me having put some ash in here by accident when I was dropping ingredients in. That definitely would cause issues. Yeah, and this only runs when there's enough steam. Or when there's enough water in it, sorry. Alright, that should be better balanced now. Just had to pull back out some of the ash that I had put in there earlier. Hey, science is running at full speed. That's great. That hasn't happened in a while. Does that mean wood is less terrible? I'm not going to say wood is good, but less terrible? No. We're definitely still pushing a lot up here. Is this catching up at all? I don't believe that it is. Yeah, I mean, this is just eating basic substrate for breakfast, as it does. Well, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. But it's just taking a while for the wood to catch up, and that's making me a little nervous. But, like, we are all caught up on ash. I could upgrade these. I could make these be much more productive. Because, yeah, each of these clusters only makes 0.6 logs. And these, there are certainly better recipes now, right? Because, like, what did I make down here? Just 2 of these makes 0.7 logs. And this doesn't even need ash. The version that uses ash is even better, right? 2 of these is 1 point, yeah. So, yeah, 4 of them would be over 2 logs at that point. So, I really should revisit logs in the main base. Maybe I just double this. Because, like, getting another build of this, like, right next to it, not even that hard, right? Like, yeah. Depending on how cozy I want to get with them. There you go. And then that just needs like CO2 and water hooked up to it. And I mean, obviously I have to go down and actually build the buildings. But that gets us to like 1.4 wood a second in this build already. And that's not even thinking about anything particularly crazy yet. And that could potentially let us start maybe sending a train of wood into the base to supplement the base wood. I mean, I could do this all again if I wanted to. Right here. Take all this. So yeah, there we go. .035. 0.7. 1.4, 2.8, almost 3 wood a second. There we go. From only 8 wood thingies and, I mean, some moss and whatever else. So this would be a huge boon to the base's wood system, I think, if I took the time to get this done. I'm going to leave this blueprinted and not actually do it right now because... Well, honestly, because I just did that build and it sounds tedious. But... Where did they... Oh, they're... yeah. Alright. That is... Ulrics. Fully done and dusted. What are you waiting for? Ulric food. What's Ulric food waiting for? Probably more biomass. Yep. And that is still several hours away. Okay. I have no idea what my next sort of thing to do is. This has metal processings, but I haven't actually needed more aluminum. Like, my aluminum is doing fine. So I'm not overly worried about that right now. Yeah, obviously this is doing poorly because my solid fuel has been doing poorly because the base is running low on wood. Maybe I do have to go do the darned wood that I don't want to do right now. Just getting another belt fed in would be super helpful. I probably have a spot somewhere up here I can drop a, maybe kind of sort of station. If I move the hot air over, then yes, I have room for another station here. As we discovered earlier in the stream, I can, with a little finagling, make the solid pickup station actually fit underneath here. But that is a very finicky placement. Doesn't quite fit here because these are not quite in the right places. I guess I have room for one here. So this would be the drop-off, not pickup. But if I wanted to do... wood, it would go here. And then I'd have to feed that into the base down to here, which isn't actually too bad. The wood's right here. I would want to merge it in, like, down here, so we can prioritize what we're making on the base still. But, other than that, but it's going to take a little while for us to... Okay, I am making fast wood forestries. I am making wood processing units. But they don't have copper cable. Really? I don't have copper cable anywhere in the bot mall? Apparently not. I make it here. Make it there. I make it here again. I'm making tinned wire in a lot of places. I make it there. I make it here. Yeah, I don't have copper cable available to the bot mall. All right. Let's fix that. Because that way, the next time I decide to work on this, the next time I decide to work on wood stuff, the bots will have the right... Yeah, there they are. We will already have the wood processing units up here and stuff that we need. Man, it is nice to see so many types of buildings just available right now. Heat pipes are broken. Because they have the wrong requests? Interesting. Not sure how that happened, but it's fixed now. Oh, excuse me. Okay. This is... I mean, it's not quite full yet, but, like, we're getting to the halfway point. I'm gonna have to extend the bot mall soon, which is ridiculous, given, given how big it is. But such is the way of things. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it here. This is really good progress. Like, Ulrics are done. We are on the cusp of being able to start doing interesting things with Arqads. We can already use them to start making bitumen, even without doing queens or anything like that. We only need the queens when we want to start breeding them, and we want to breed them for their venom and for their blood. I think are the two things that are like Arqad... Well, Arqad venom, specifically. But I think they're also an early source of arthropod blood for things that need that. Otherwise, you know, getting bitumen is going to be great. That'll get a bunch of oil processing started for me. And it means that we can theoretically save our bitumen seeps for other things, although crude oil is processed slightly differently than the bitumen from yeah, so there's this processing for crude oil, which is similar to how bitumen is processed, but I think the ratios are slightly different. This crude oil to fuel oil that I can't do. Crude oil and Arqad jelly to kerosene. Ooh, that would be nice. Anyway, that's all in the future. But this, like, fluorine gas to get crude oil into olefins and naphtha, because olefins are a reasonably useful thing. But that's in the future. There's going to be a lot of figuring out which oil processing byproducts like we actually want, which ones are just going to get burned off because I don't know what to do with them yet. You know, I basically ignored those problems down here, and I was like, yeah, we'll just figure out a use for naphtha, and the tailings already have somewhere to go, and BTX whatever. But if we need to, we need to start burning these off. We need to have sinks that are going to turn them into something else just by using them as fuel. And that's part of what, like, the great base fuel system would be for, right? Is if we have a system where we can say, whatever we have too much of, the next time something needs fuel, just send it there. That's great. I love it. And then we probably won't need as many, like, dedicated cleanup, burn-off stations for specific pieces of fluid, right? Like, however I decide I need to sink naphtha as like a final sink if I have no other demand versus just push it out as a fuel, right? So that's the thing to figure out, and you know, it'll certainly involve one of my global signals along the rails, right, and being able to get fuel information on one of those. So maybe we'll work on that next time. That could be a fun project. But if not, you know, any of the current, it'll probably be Arqads, right? Because there's a few more steps before we can really start rolling for queens, even as close as we have gotten. So yeah, thanks very much, everybody who's been watching. It's very appreciated. Thank you very much to the YouTube viewers as well. If you are watching on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. If you are on YouTube and feel like doing anything to feed the algorithm, that's also always really appreciated. For a small channel like mine. Tomorrow's stream is probably Krestorio again. I was having fun with that, and the VOD did pretty well on YouTube, so I'll give that one a part 2, and we'll see how it does. But if I decide I'm not feeling fighting biters, it might be more Pyanodons. All right. Thanks very much, everybody, once again, and I'll see you tomorrow.